I'm a little bit tired this morning, but I've got some ironing to do in a bit. I'm basically saying, I popped on to say I'll be going live in about half an hour, and hopefully we'll see you all there. And I hope you all have had a lovely evening, have slept very well, and are rested and ready for today. Good morning, my darlings. Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, the Space Nut. Yes, open atom. Open atom today. I've got one more customer that I need to sort, and then I get Friday to myself. Amazing that. And then Saturday and Sunday I'm back at it again. Oh no, doesn't seem to be another day where I don't have a bag of laundry. Oh gosh. Well, I'm hoping that my little problem has cleared up. Hello, John. What is my job? I do ironing for people. Hello, John. Yes, I think my stalker may have got the message, and I'm hoping is leaving me alone now. So here's hoping. I've had a rough couple of days. Oh, your coffee's getting better. That's good. Hello, John Phillips. Lovely to see you. I found nuclear similar. Oh, a nuclear similar. So I was giving some. Oh dear me! Wow. Gosh, that sounds scary. Bless you. I'm hoping that the incident's over with. I removed the 2 posts that I'd put, the 2 shorts that I put up, and I'm hoping that that is going to clear up the issue. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? I hate to say, but me too, but I understand those women. I'm not going to put the name out, Ryan, because do you know what? I'm a nice person, and I don't want to ruin somebody's life. But if they don't leave me alone, I will be doing. Right? I'm giving them the opportunity to be the better person and be a better man and realize the error of their ways and back off. But if they don't, then yeah, I've already been to YouTube over this, and they've not done a lot. So I thought I would remove the posts. Oh, thank you. Thank you, John. That's so sweet. So I removed the posts, and I thought that might be the end of it. But if it isn't, then go back to YouTube again and say, what can you do to help? You know, the shorts I removed. Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that were generating an awful lot of views, and yeah, it's, you know, for the level of stress that I was getting, which was not pleasant. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, people do need a second chance. I'm going to give this person the opportunity to be the better man and to leave me alone. And if they can't, then, you know, I'm sorry, but we don't know how. Monty, he's currently charging round the garden like Tarzan. I think I adopted Tarzan, not a cat. He's crazy. He likes to swing from tree to tree, quite literally. I did wonder what the radio silence from YouTube was. Now I get it. Right, yeah. Although there's all they pay all the lip service, don't they? So cyberbullying, we don't allow it. We take a very dim view, yet when it comes to actually doing something, they don't do anything. Yeah. Organisations that pay lip service to nothingness. Your dog? Oh, what's your dog's name? Oh, right, they comply when that, yeah, okay, I understand. Oh, hey, let's hope it doesn't get that bad. Let's hope that they've probably seen enough, if they're watching, to realise that I'm giving them the opportunity to be the better person and to stop what they're doing, to cease and desist. Let's hope that they've got the intelligence to understand that. Treacle. That's an interesting name for a dog. Yeah, well, Monty John is charging round the garden, quite literally. He's berserk. It's a beautiful hot day. Of course he's going to be raging around the garden. All right. So it's funny that they jump up and down and say that we do support this, we support that, we support the other, but they... Interesting. Ah, well, that's because she trusts you, Ryan. That's because she trusts you, my darling. That's why she's asleep by your side. Because she sees you as somebody that's protecting her. It's very cute, that. Oh. How are YouTube with people having their accounts hijacked? I've heard horror stories of people doing loads of work and getting loads of content up, and then somebody steals their account and pretends to be them, gets all the money, and the actual creator is stuck on the sidelines and can't do anything about it. Oh, thank you. Ah, you got someone on the inside, have you? That's interesting. I bet you hear some... oh, wow. Would I like to be a fly on the wall where business is discussed? Oh, yeah, I probably learned so much. Oh, Ryan, you're so cute. Your little doggy, Treacle. What a name. That's so sweet. I like Treacle. Oh, how old is she? Ah, yeah, I bet it's profit driven, isn't it? Oh, well, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself, love. Of course, it's profit driven. It's a business. It wouldn't be anything but profit driven. She's 15. Oh, that's a very good age for a dog. That's a wonderful age for a dog. Well, she's obviously very well cared for because she's, she's that age and she's still with you. Okay. Oh, I know you. It sounds as though the two of you are inseparable. You've had her a long time, darling. Did she ever have any puppies? Okay, I'll look out for that email. Another space note. No, she didn't have any babies. Oh. Well, she probably just sees you as her family. Right, let's get a few things moving round here. We've got laundry to get on. I'm going to just pop you there whilst I get this sorted here. It's going to be a warm day and a very long day. I've got the utility room to scrub out as soon as I am humanly possible find the time. Some days feel like such long days. They really do. It can be quite exhausting. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Right. We're going downstairs and we're going to go do some washing. Oh, my old bones. Oh, ow, 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 ow. I don't want to have to stand today. I haven't got a choice. I wish. There we are. We're in the utility room. Were you parading? Oh, that's nice. It was a lovely evening, Ryan. So I'm hoping you had a lovely time. There we are. I just get the best jobs, everybody. I'm waiting for Sainsbury's to deliver the food, and I plan to go and surprise my mother-in-law with a visit and a supply of drop of goods. Oh, she will be pleased. Well, in the washing machine usually. We're very fortunate these days that we don't have to run down to the river and start cracking all the laundry against the rocks. we've got all that lot sorted. Right. I'm just going to go and check everything. Tonight the police going to arrest everyone if they cause the riot. Oh, well, yes. Because, you know, it shouldn't be tolerated, right? It's not on. People want to feel safe in their own community. And how can they if people are going to be throwing things around? You're not going to be there, are you, my darling? Please tell me you're not going to be there. One day, my children may learn to turn their clothing the right way around. I live for that moment. You know, I can't wait for that moment. Okay, that's that load waiting to go. And I have to wait for the load in the dryer to finish. Don't know if it's just me, but good grief, it's warm this morning. Get that going. Not going to spend too much time in here today. I'll be back on in a bit. I'm going to be up and down and all over the place. Oh, the love of it. All I wanted to do was go in the drawer. There we are. Oh, it's alright, my darling. I thought I was going to have to leave. But I've managed to get everything up and running. I'm just going to be in and out of the room a bit, that's all. I'm getting ready to start the day. Got to get stuff sorted. out a little bit, getting my towels ready for the floor in case water drips through the ironing board. It turns the floor into a skating rink, and if you've got a hot iron and a skating rink, it's not a good match. Here we are. Big board today because I'm doing lots of large shirts. I think we're almost ready to rock and roll, everybody. Right, that's that on. Okay, what we got first? A pair of pyjamas. Gosh, pyjamas yesterday, pyjamas today. Who in the right mind's wearing pyjamas in this temperature? Needs must, I guess. There we are. Be back in 29 minutes. That's a very precise number. Oh, that sounds nice, getting a coffee from the coffee van. Yes, it is ironing time. I'm sorry, I just disappeared for a little bit. I had to get the what. I have to wash the iron out every single day. If I don't, something akin to looking like iron brew shoots through the jets and comes out the other side, and will woe betide if it's ironing that's underneath, because it's going to look as though I've ironed it with a girder. It's going, oh dearie me, not good. Oh, it just blew up. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's terrible. I take it nobody was on board. Gosh, that's shocking. Right, we've had first blast. We're going to have the second blast in a minute. Okay, let's... Oh, do you know what? I'd print more if I switched the printer on, wouldn't I? Right, everybody. Let's get you turned where I can see you. Oh, Mars rocket. Oh, glad nobody were on that then. Well, I have to say, I do think that we are Martians, and I think what happened was we did something on that planet, which is why it looks the way it does. And we came to this planet and thought, we'll have another go. And then we've gone and done the same thing here. I could be wrong. That's why H.G. Wells was so obsessed with it. Let's try to be done for 1 o'clock today. Then we can go and clean out the utility room. Won't that be fun? And and then we can clean the coffee machine, and then we can clean the cat's water bowl, and maybe sit in the garden for a little bit. Brianna Findlay, why are you ironing pyjamas pants? They're not mine. They belong to a customer. I read a theory of a bunch of early humans split off from Earth and went to war with us. They lost. Is that what happened to Mars then? We blew it up. They are. Yes, they don't belong to me. They don't. Brianna. Doesn't matter. If they wish to wear pyjamas, that's up to them. I think they're very pretty ones. If you can have pretty pyjamas. Yeah. Well, I finished my werewolf rabbit book, and now I have moved on to another David Ann book called Day of the Mad Dogs, and it's to do with rabies and turning all the dogs in the United Kingdom into rabid animals, poor things. Very interesting concept for a novel, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, well, yes, I mean, the bedding, I can assure you another space note is a real person. He happens to be my moderator. Yeah, he happens to be my moderator. Brianna, yeah, honestly, he is. He's one of my moderators. My other moderator is a famous writer, Alan Aspinall. So I've got two moderators. But I do lots of different things, Brianna, to do with ironing. Some shirts, t-shirts, dresses. I even do bedding. I've never ironed a wedding dress, so that's on my bucket list to do, is ironing a wedding dress. I've never done one of those before. There we go, I think that looks reasonable. Just check the other side. Happy with that? Yeah. Very happy. Nice pyjamas. I do all sorts of things. I've even done curtains before now. Really heavy damask ones, and I once did a black curtain for a theatre, but I had to do it in sections. When you've done a curtain for a theatre, you just realise just how heavy that stuff is. It's like, you'd want to think it was material, and I guess in some way it is a material, but it's also like, it's so thick and heavy, and feels a little bit like rubber, and not quite like wetsuit material, which is like a neoprene, but it does feel slightly odd, and it folds in like chunks. Wet seaweed, yeah, it looks like that when it's hanging down after it's been ironed. Not that I go around ironing seaweed, if you know what I mean. I think we've got a t-shirt now. Anyway, so that was fun, and I had to do that in sections, and then the way you get them rigged up, it's almost like you're sending a sail up a clipper ship. There's that many ropes and pulleys that you need to feed through and make sure everything's connected. Otherwise, if the thing comes down, it'd be like rigging on a ship, and if there's anybody on the stage underneath, they've had it. So you've got to be really, really careful. It's a proper health and safety nightmare. I never knew there was so much to getting curtains up on a theatre, but I was educated that day. Oh, it's all right, Brianna. He really is a real person. He is a proper person, Brianna. Don't worry. Trousers next. Well, I'd just like it officially noted that the fairy is a real person and not artificial intelligence. I am a real person. Yes, I think that would be a good idea. You need to touch more grass. I think I need to do something else with the grass. If I'm not a real person myself. Well, as everyone is here, yeah, and like I said, if I'm not a real person, then quite frankly, I need to be doing something with grass. Definitely. Try growing it. So today I thought we'd continue with a 1970s style horror. And now I can use my computer again. I've been doing a backup system for boring stuff, but necessary stuff. Oh, right, well now they've really burnt my toast. In 28 years later, masculinity has never been more toxic. I'm sorry, people, we're dealing with the end of the world. 28 years later, it's the strongest survive. And I tell you this, in an apocalyptic situation, all the women will be running around looking for a strong male to protect them. And as much as I want to shout from the rafters, women's lib and women's rights and everything else, yes, we have all those rights. I wonder how we got them. Is it because we stood up there and screamed from the rafters that we wanted them? That could be something to do with it, or it could be the fact that men have quite gallantly laid their lives down so that we can actually have the freedoms that we've got today. Instead of women are right, men are wrong all the time, what we need to realise is that we're a team. We are the yin to their yang, and I know I'm probably going to wind an awful lot of people up here, but these are truthful things that are going to come out. Men need women and women need men. Without either one, there is no human race, right? And I know that might upset a lot of people, but that is just biology and how it happens. You know, and women, I'm not joking, in an apocalyptic situation like that, are going to be running around looking for a strong man to protect them. And stop beating the masculinity out of our men, because we need them to be strong. Otherwise, if our countries are invaded and wars happen, we won't have any men to go out and fight them. Because, hey, when war happens, what do we all do? We instinctively look round and we look for a man that's going to go out there and get the playing field a bit more level. I know, it's probably going to upset a few people, but it is the truth. We need each other. And neither one is more important than the other, because they're both important. And because if there are no men, there will be no women. And if there are no women, there will be no men. We need to remember that we're a team. And we work together, we raise the children together. Anyway, I was going to do 1970s horror, and I just saw that come up from Esquire UK 1 hour ago. Yeah, we're going to talk about the zombie apocalypse. I mean, what would Valentine's Day be if our beloved other halves didn't turn up with a bunch of roses and a box of chockies and say, "You are my angel, I choose you." You know, Valentine's Day would be a bit boring, wouldn't it? Although, funnily enough, my husband and I do not celebrate Valentine's Day, because we say, why have one day where you can say I love you like that and go out and buy presents, when you can say I love you every single day and occasionally buy each other a bar of chocolate for no reason, and just say, I saw that in shops and I thought of you. And that's quite cute, isn't it? You know, just goes to show spontaneous acts of romance. Don't just save it for Valentine's Day. Tell your partner you love them every day. I know what we're going to do. Obscure zombie films from the 70s. Oh, let's see what we can find. Ooh. (1970 to 1979) zombie Living Dead movies. Ooh. The Crazies. Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, that's George A. Romero. I forgot. I've seen that film loads of times. Absolutely loads of times. And yeah, well, that is an aeroplane that crashes into the river, I believe. The military attempts to contain a man-made combat virus that causes death and permanent insanity in those infected as it overtakes a small Pennsylvania town. Yes, if I remember rightly, the aeroplane crashes into the river that's up by the town's waterworks, you know, where they do the water treatment plant, and it gets into the water, and everybody's obviously drinking the water, and then everybody starts to act a little peculiar, and well, the peculiar behaviour gets a little bit more intense, does it not? And then the people that live in the township start offing other members of the public that live in the township, and the army goes in to try and sort out the unholy mess, and realizes that absolutely everyone in the town has been infected and there's no chance of anyone being saved, and therefore the entire town has to be, you know, disposed of, shall we say. Yes, that's a good one, is The Crazies, 1973. If I remember rightly, that's the film that the woman is seen with a sweeping brush and she's brushing the grass outside. I'm just saying, everyone, in a few hours' time, I'm going to be out in the garden vacuuming the lawn. I don't think there's a lot of difference, except well, as far as I'm aware, I feel quite normal at the moment. But you never know. If this heat's anything to go by, I might not be later on. There's some really good, inventive ways in which people go caca for cuckoo pops within the film The Crazies. And I wouldn't say it's a zombie film per se, but it is an infection movie, and I can see exactly what George A. Romero was getting at with it. I think the whole Dead universe that George Romero brought to all of us is absolutely unique. And I don't think there would have been anyone else that could have brought it to the silver screen quite in the way that he did. You've got, I look at his movies, and as they are, they're excellent, you know, to have that as a zombie movie, but it more or less goes on to do social commentary of how society was at the time that he was making the films. And I think that was very forward thinking with his work, because what he was portraying back then is what we're seeing right now. And if that doesn't give you the EBGBs, I don't know what will. I mean, how easy would it be for the government to have an accident and just drop an aeroplane full of the deadly toxin virus? It gets into the water table, we drink it, and then we're off at the races with a terrible disease, aren't we? Just gonna go check my dryer. we'll just turn the iron off. 30 seconds. Oh, dearie gosh. Dearie gosh gosh. Oh, now that would be good. Yeah, I've just had to turn the dryer off. No, the dryer's been turned off. I've backed the dryer out. Ah, yeah. I don't know. I've got the monopoly, by the way, on towels. If you want to go around your universe, you must come and see me, because I know where they all are. They're in either my washer or they're in my dryer. Just so you know. Arthur Dent isn't the only one who has the monopoly on towels, or Ford Prefect for that matter. I don't think Zaphod's particularly bothered about where his towel is, and Trillian probably doesn't know what a towel is at all. You always need a clean towel. Yes, you do. And a bucket of fish for the dolphins. So yeah, that for me, The Crazies, is definitely a good film. It's 1 hour and 43 minutes. I saw that when I was too young to understand it, really. Goodness me. It's something else I do for customers. I do their washing, and I do the ironing too, and sometimes I do washing and ironing. Does happen occasionally. At least you know when you send your laundry to me, you're going to get it back and it's going to look and smell amazing. But no wonder I'm looking forward to the apocalypse, so I can blow the washer and the dryer up. Oh, I don't mean it, guys. I won't be without you. So anyway, sorry about my little rant earlier about men needing women and women needing men. But it just I don't know, it's like rage bait with me. When I see people putting articles up bashing women and then women bashing men, it really upsets me, because we need to, if the house that's divided does not stand, famous politician said that, Abraham Lincoln, and a house divided by itself cannot stand. Which is true, and that also applies to your partnership with your mate. And if you and your mate are divided, then the whole family unit will fall apart, and that's not a good thing, especially when you've got kiddos. And in a dire situation such as an apocalypse, which will really sort out everything, and not in a good way, the last thing you want to be doing on that day is having an absolute humdinger of a ding-dong with your other half. You need to be a united front when that day comes. Because trust me, there will be plenty of people running around looking for easy prey. And the women that have a strong male with them are likely to be left alone, whereas the women and men who don't have strong partners with them, like protecting them, I mean, who's going to take on a complete unit of a man if he looks as though he's going to be able to knock them back to the Stone Age? No, they're just going to go and pick on easier prey. This is why you need to stick together. Hello, good morning, Sophie. Oh, this one's inside out. Good morning, Sophie. No, it was Stephanie. That's it. That's all I'm thinking of. I'm taking off Johnny 5 is alive. Stephanie. Now, how many of you are going to be as old as I am and remember watching that when they were kids? Which film am I referring to? Good morning, Tammy. Lovely to see you, darling. All the way from Virginia. Oh, are you having a heat wave out there? Because we're having a heat wave over here, and I saw somewhere on the internet that Virginia was having a heat wave this at the moment, and they were really struggling with the heat. So if you are, good luck, my darling. It's not an easy one, is it? Coping in this heat. So anyway, yeah, that was just my take on the apocalypse. It's definitely a case of you need to stick together. Having a massive argument, don't have a domestic, kids, on the day of the apocalypse, because you all need to stick together on that day, you know. Yes, I wouldn't recommend trying to book a relate session on that day. Now, this is always the fun bit, right? Ladies, do you have the same problem that I have when it comes to pairing up socks? You put, right, the same amount of socks into the dryer and the washer at the same time. And how, between the washer and the dryer, do you manage to lose a sock? Where does it go? I mean, it can't just vanish. Yet it does. Let's just see if I've got the same amount that I started off with, as it really puzzles me. I think we've done it, guys, because I've called them out. I've called the socks out. Well, Ryan, I am from planet Earth. It's got atmosphere. I've got all the socks. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs. Not one of them disappeared. I just want you to know that this is a momentous moment in the house, because normally when I do the laundry, we always have a sock that disappears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm busy folding laundry for a customer, because that's what I does. That's what I does best. And then, like I said, I've got the monopoly on the towels. I'm a happy little camper, and so will my customers be. I'll be back in a minute, everybody, my darlings. Oh, thank you. I've done it 1,000 times. I'm eating a cake now. I'm not really doing that, but there we are. You've had flooding. Good Lord. Oh, you're staying at home after going shopping with friends. So has the buzz of leaving school finished, or are we still super excited about it, Sophie? Because summer beckons, my darling, and it will be fabulous. You are going to have the best summer. I can promise you that. The one where you leave school before you go to college is the best summer of your life. It's endless days and endless nights of pure fun. Enjoy your youth, my love. It does not last long. Take a good look at this face. That should be enough to sell it. Have a good summer. Yeah. You're back to work on Monday, Ryan? Oh, good. That must mean that you're feeling an awful lot better from the horrible flu that you've had. Yes, Sophie, you can do anything you want. Imagine that. The list is endless of all the things that you could get up to. Right, back to ironing board, everyone. Aren't we lucky? On a hot day like this, we get to stand by the ironing board. Woo, we're so excited, aren't we? Come on. Spare a thought for Tammy, everybody. She seems to be having cold weather, rain, not the heat waves that we've been told about in this country, but I don't know why they decided to tell us that if your township's flooding. I'm hoping everything's going to be all right, Tammy. It's awful. Flooding is just awful. Rainwater, sewage water getting into your house must be an absolute nightmare, and it'll take forever to get it cleaned up. And those poor souls that don't have home insurance, horrendous. It must be awful for them. Oh, hey Ryan, that's a good idea. You and Sophie could work together, couldn't you? That'd be a good idea. That's better. Sometimes linen shirts, especially if they've been popped in the dryer just a little bit too long, can come out and it's almost like you're ironing papyrus. Not easy. So if your board's a little bit wet and your shirt's a little bit wet, you're gonna get a better finish on your when you're ironing, because there's nothing worse than just trying to iron something that's bone dry. It's awful. Hello, Mary. Is it Miriam? Mariam. Hello, Mariam. Cooler than normal. You're going on holiday on Tuesday? Ooh. Have a good time, Sophie. Have the best summer ever. Hey, it's Mariam. Hello, Mariam. And Jayetta. Not Jace. I'm thinking Jester, as in, Top Gun. That's all. Yeah. You see where I'm coming from. Well, I'm hoping, Tammy, that you have some good weather heading your way. Oh, there's somebody at the door. Anyway, let's see what the next film on the list was. Within the Woods. Jayetta, hello. Oh, don't say where you're going, Sophie. No. I don't want. Sometimes there are bad people on the internet, and they could. Good girl, darling. Good girl. Oh, Ryan, no, darling. You got to tell your mummy and daddy about this. Okay? Because it's not nice. No bullying. I hate bullying of any kind. Sophie, there are bad people on the internet. Please remove that. I want you safe. Tammy, yes, I tried to be. I tried to be very, very alive. I find drinking coffee helps. No, I won't be telling my name. My name's Fairy, and that's what I'll remain on here. Yeah. Ryan, well, you've got to tell someone. If the bullying is getting that bad, you've got to tell somebody, darling. And as for anyone asking my name, I can't give you my name, and I won't be giving my name because it's not safe. You may know me as Fairy, and that's it. Oh no, it's terrible, isn't it? It's the steam coming out of the iron. That's what this is. Hopefully I'll be done for about 1 o'clock today. I don't particularly want to be standing for much longer than that in this heat. Good grief, are we up to 23 people? Hello, my darlings. I iron near enough every single day, Tammy. And I'm so, Jayetta, I'm so glad you like the ironing. It's what I do for a living. Well, apart from content creating on YouTube as well. But this is what I get paid for. Content creating is what I do for free. Do you know what? I think I may have to bring you guys just a little bit closer because I'm struggling like mad to get to read what's on here. Your life should be peaceful. Exactly. No, I don't think I'm going to do it today. Arr. How does that look? Can I see you there? If you all felt a little bit drunk, then I'm very sorry. I'm moving all over the place. Well, Sophie, you go off and get yourself sorted and turned round for the day, my darling. And you need to get something sorted as well, Ryan. Well, my lovelies. You need to go and get yourself sorted for the day. That's a good thing. Sorting oneself out in the morning. It gets you set up and ready for the day, doesn't it? I know I seem really old-fashioned. My views may be very old-fashioned, but then I'm a lady of a certain age. And we can't help it, can we? Being like ladies of certain ages. But we've seen a lot, haven't we? What's that saying? I may be poor, but I've seen life. It's me too. I love old-fashioned food. Oh, I need to get I went and got my eyes tested last week, and I still, sometimes I look at words and I think I see something else. I like old-fashioned too. I also like old-fashioned food. Yes, I have. And yes, I am upset. But I suppose it's inevitable. We are in the 4th cycle after all. Makes you think about the apocalypse, doesn't it? Still, we mustn't dwell on the bad things because we have to look forward to the good things. Like making new friends. And it's lovely to meet new people and make friends. It really is. Oh yes, antiques. I'm a big fan of antiques. Well, I think here we are. We're parents, yes, of course we are. And we're of a certain age where our children, God forbid, I hope it never happens, but I hope they don't call, you know, as in line on the left, get your number, you're going to be, you know, total recall. You know, I'm going to cry in a minute. There, does that look all right? Yes. Can we see each other? I think so. I think so. As long as you can still see me, then that's all right. Sometimes we lose signal in here. I work in what I affectionately call the bunker. I'm 6 feet underneath the house. I'm 6 foot underground in a purpose-built room for my ironing that my husband built me. And it also doubles up as a family's bunker in case anything untoward happens. Well, you might as well make your bunker work for you, right, ladies? Turn your bunker into your ironing room. Yep. Yes, they do, Tammy. And I've been doing this for 14 years. Ever since the children were at school, of which they're no longer children, they're no longer at school. They're young adults now. Clever little things I've given birth to. There. Sometimes the sleeves take a bit of persuading to lie down flat, but when they do, all the better. Oh, there we go. What was that, my dear? Mariam, hello. It was pretty easy to throw together. It was just, digging out underneath the house and reinforcing, of course, and then there it is. Voila. We don't tend to do cellars as much anymore in houses, and that's what this would have been had it been a cellar, but it's just the bottom half of the house. Although I can honestly say, if they're going to light one up and throw them around like fireworks, I don't think even living in one of these is going to make any difference. You still have to go outside. Hello to everyone that's new, and if you want to, please subscribe. If you're into the apocalypse like I am, and you like apocalyptic novels, and you like apocalyptic films, and dystopian and utopian, post-apocalyptic, pre-apocalyptic, horror, or anything else for that matter, if you like that kind of thing, you're in good company, because that's what we talk about here on this channel. Actually, if you were going to go into the apocalypse, what's the books that you would take with you? So I think I know what I'd take. I'd be definitely taking my James Herbert's The Rats and The Last Babylon by Pat Frank, because that's just a masterpiece. Washer's got 7 minutes to go. Bye bye, Tammy. Thank you so much for calling. Do call again, my love. Do call again, because I'd love to see you. I'll be on for most of the day, no doubt. I tend to do about 5 hours every day. Seven minutes, and then I can put everything that's in the washer into the dryer and get the second load on. So the next movie on this obscure zombie list, which I haven't seen, but I'd piqued my interest and I'd quite like to see it, is 1978, Within the Woods. While spending a weekend at a remote cabin, Bruce desecrates an Indian burial ground and becomes reanimated, making way to kill his friends. No, it's called Within the Woods. Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell, Ellen Sandweiss, Mary... That's Evil Dead. I have seen it. Within the Woods must have been the other title for Evil Dead. Oh, interesting. That one looks interesting. Dead of Night. Director Bob Clark. Stars John Marley, Lynn Carlin and Richard Backus. A young soldier killed in Vietnam War inexplicably shows up at his family home on the night of his death. Yeah, that does sound interesting. I do quite like a zombie flick. I was telling everyone about a very rare type of zombie horror. And it is zombie, it is a horror. and it stars Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's called Maggie, and I think it's from 2015. And I was talking about it the other day, and I think it's a very underrated movie, because when you think about a zombie film, you're thinking it's all action, gore, and you're jumping up and down and fighting the undead. Whereas this one takes the more human look at things, and it's how you would react to one member of your family being bitten. In this case, it's a bunch of teenagers that have been bitten by zombies, unfortunately, and the parents haven't been. And the children haven't quite changed yet, but they're on the way to become the undead. And instead of looking on the movie as zombie flesh eaters, it's more of an infection movie. Still loosely based on zombies though, because obviously the undead are coming back. Hello Ryan, love. How are you doing, darling? And it's just a parent's worst nightmare is losing their child. Right, that top and bottom of it, you've got a lot of time invested in your children. You carry them for 9 months, you give birth to them, you raise them until they're in the 20s, sometimes 25, depending on when they leave home, really. And you're really invested in them, and you want the very best for them. And to be watching a film where the children have been basically bitten and they've got no chance of survival because there's no cure for the zombie apocalypse in this particular universe that we find ourselves. And Arnold Schwarzenegger plays such a good role. It's a totally different type of role for him, because he is an action man. He's an action actor. And for him to do something this as a human piece of drama rather than action man, and it's so refreshing to see him do a different style of role, and it suits him. Yes, it's still an action based film, but it's more of a drama rather than an action movie. It's unique, is Maggie. It's absolutely unique, and there isn't another film like it out there that can bring the human emotion to the zombie apocalypse quite like this one. And I kid you not, if you're not crying your eyes out at the end of this film, then I just don't know. I was bawling my eyes out. And I don't normally bawl my eyes out at a zombie film, but this one I did. So if you fancy a different type of film, do so. Watch this one. Small town America. Dealing with the fallout of the worst zombie apocalypse that's ever happened. And it's beautifully done. So that my washer's getting towards the end of its cycle. If you're not familiar with any of the George A. Romero movies, there's Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead, and they're all really, really good zombie movies. If you're looking for something zombified for tonight, I recommend one of those. You're all right, are you, Ryan? Okay, my darling. Just making sure, keeping an eye on you. Did you tell your mum and dad? Because you've got to tell your mum and dad if they're picking on you, sweetheart. That's what mums and dads are there for, to talk to. Well, we're having a very good day so far. We're halfway down the first bag, which is good. I am pleased about that. The last thing we want to be doing is ironing at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Oh gosh, itchy nose, itchy eyes. Heat. What other movies have we got on here? Oh, shockwaves. Visitors to a remote island discover that a reclusive Nazi commandant has been breeding a group of zombie soldiers. Do yourselves a favour. 1977, shockwaves. Yeah. Peter Cushing Peter Cushing is the scientist who's created the ultimate fighting zombie breed of zombie warriors. And if you fancy a movie that's a little bit different, watch that. You'll be pleasantly surprised. You see, these people were caught in a storm at sea, and their boat obviously sank, and they escaped on a life raft and found themselves on this island looking for help, and not realizing that the nice gentleman that they've all met on the island, who they think is going to help them, Peter Cushing, is actually a psychotic scientist who has no intention of helping them, and is in fact hoping that the horde of zombie warriors, zombie German war, Second World War German soldiers that is turned into zombies, are going to be the ones that get rid of the people that have invaded the island. There we are. Gosh, it's been a very warm morning so far. Oh, have I got into somebody else? Hello, Chris. And I don't know what you mean. Oh. 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 Itchy eyes. I'm feeling tired today, I will say that. So yeah, shockwaves is a really good one. Good morning anyway, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Steam. I think I'll be having a cup of tea later on. Itchy eyes. Jeans. Let's change things up a bit. We come to the right house then, love. We like ironing and coffee too. We also like zombie films. Let's pick another one. Oh, Robert Neville. Yes, a mega man. Well, actually, yes, a mega man. Yeah, I Am Legend. Richard Mathis, I Am Legend. If you want, I have a copy. I think it's still on one of my playlists on my vampire films, and it's the Vincent Price. I want to call him Richard Price. Vincent Price one of The Last Man on Earth. It's black and white, but Vincent Price is, as much as I love Charlton Heston, and I really liked him in A Mega Man, and it was a good film, don't get me wrong, and it was a product of the 70s, and it was an excellent film. I also really have a sorry about that. Can you still see me? Can you still see me? Sometimes the internet drops in and out. I like the Vincent Price one of The Last Man on Earth, and I think, if I'm correct, it might still be on my playlist, on a vampire playlist, vampire films. So it's Richard Mathis wrote it. I have done many book reviews on Richard Mathis, especially I Am Legend, because it's such an important piece of vampire literature history. And the movie that came out with Will Smith, it's a very popular book and a very popular thing to make a film out of, and it's been remade 4 times as I Am Legend, believe it or not, as well as countless radio shows, radio plays, and audiobooks of I Am Legend, and it's just an absolute classic. And I will say this, had there been no Richard Mathis, there would have been no Stephen King, because Stephen King grew up reading Richard Mathis books, and he inspired Stephen King to become a writer, believe it or not. As the copy that I have of I Am Legend, which is a replica of the first edition, has a foreword written by Stephen King explaining all about Richard Mathis and how important he is to English literature. So there you go, the more you know. Right, we're off on a field trip. Come with me, my children. Everything will be good as soon as we've emptied the washer. See, I told you I had a monopoly on towels. They're all in my washing machine. The Last Man on Earth is a fantastic film. Vincent Price playing the role of Robert Neville, the character that's in The Mega Man, I Am Legend, Last Man on Earth, all the same thing, just different titles. Still the same story. That's the dryer off. More laundry. I look tired, it's because I am. Right, that's the laundry on. Off we come, back in here, ready to do the ironing again. Do you know the concept of the lasting? A single last known example of its species, pretty heavy burden to live the life of a lasting. Yes, it is. And that's what Robert Neville is dealing with. It's an absolutely brutal, honest look at the last of his species and the dawning of a new species, which are the undead. But as I have said many times when I've been discussing that we are the food that these new people need to rely on to, survive, how long is their species going to last without us as their primary food source, because they've eaten all of us up and therefore there's nothing left to munch. So how long are they going to last unless they start feeding on each other? Interesting concept, which is why these apocalypses never really, they're not going to last very long. Well, not unless they find another way to make food. I don't know tonight. Greetings from Phoenix. Oh, hello. Well, hello, Kenneth. It is the ultimate question, isn't it? There you are. Hi, Bugs. Hi, buddy. Hello. Oh, my baby. Oh, my little one. Oh, you're going to shoot me. My buddy. Oh, he says, please put me down, Mama. Please put me down. He's such a squish. My squishy. How you doing, bud? Yeah, Monty. He's my squishy boy. It's warm out there, isn't it, bud? I bet no wonder you've come down here, it's cooler. Well, you stay right there, and Mama's will be with you very soon. One day I think Robert Neville, as in, you know, all the works that Robert Neville's done, like Hell House, and oh, come on here. Oh, they're wrapped around each other. Hang on. Richard Matheson. Can we say how many Richard Matheson books we've read? Hell House, Somewhere in Time, Richard Matheson. Now You See It. Steel. Duel. Well, we all know Duel, don't we? Yes, poor Dennis Weaver. He had a time, didn't he? Poor travelling salesman, doing his business, travelling from one side of America to the other, being pursued relentlessly by a maniac driving a truck. Ooh, what's not to like? Now, one day I think his books will be studied in English literature. Well, I hope they would be, because they're very well written. I love the way Richard Matheson writes. He brings terror to life in so many ways. All good fun, isn't it, Monts? Are you guarding the laundry bags? Good boy. And you're saying, Mummy, what are you doing? And I'm saying, Monty, I've got to do the washing and the ironing. That's my job. That's my job, sweetheart. That's what Mummy does. And you've got to try and cool down, haven't you? Oh, he is. He's gone to sleep under the desk. Good boy. He's such a good boy. Well, Hell House. That's an intense novel, a very intense novel. I've done that a couple of times. If you want to check it out, I have some long form review of Hell House by Richard Matheson, and you are dealing with 4 poor souls that have to go into the Belasco house. Now, Belasco is the vilest creature that ever walked upon the face of the earth. He was a truly evil man, an absolute abomination, and the people who stayed at Belasco house were truly as vile as he was. Yes, they were. Asmat! Not seen you in ages, Asmat. How are you doing, darling? I've given you up for dead. Have you been very busy at work? Hello, Monty. Yes, I know. My Monty Bonty's here. He's cooling off under the desk. Today, much drinking and done much is Feast of Shurik. Oh, you're having a party. Very nice. Well, it would be the day to have it. It's a lovely day. Oh, you going upstairs, bud? Okay, go on then. Yeah, I know, right? You're wanting me to go upstairs and feed you. I know you. I reckon you've already been fed, you. You've already had food. I'm not giving you any more. No. Come wait. You had double breakfast this morning. He had double breakfast. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, Mr. Fatty. Oh, I can imagine. It's the heat. It's making everybody sleepy. Still, this morning we've got one load of stuff washed is now in dryer, and the other stuff that is ready to go in the washer has gone in, and that'll go in the dryer later. And the stuff that I washed last night has been folded and put away for the customer. And now I'm doing ironing for another customer. And I think I might be going right through till about 1 o'clock. At the rate I'm going, I think it might be 2 o'clock by the time I'm done. Oh well. No rest for the wicked, eh? Hello, Tanya. How lovely to see you. Thank you for coming back. Oh, Asma, you're so sweet. Thank you. Hello, Tanya. Thank you, Asma. We were talking about Hell House by Richard Matheson. If you've not read that book, can I recommend that book to you? It's unique. 4 people have to go into a house called Belasco House, otherwise known as Hell House, because it's the closest anyone's ever been to actual hell. And Belasco is truly the most vile person that ever faced and walked on the earth. And what he does in life is nothing compared to what he can do in death. The guy is a menace, and he made almost a pact with the devil. Yes, hello. Oh, hang on. Here we are. Yes, Tanya, I do remember you. Hell House, I need to look into... Yes, you do. Hello, Tanya. So yeah, Hell House. These four people who are parapsychology, ghost hunters, and clairvoyants, and they're all in this house. And one of them's been in the house before, and when he was a young teenage boy. And he goes back as an adult to try and beat the house, to clear the house of all the evil that's in there. And it is absolutely terrifying, is this novel. It's a nerve jangler from start to finish. Utterly terrifying. And they also turned it into a film called The Legend of Hell House. And somewhere on one of my playlists, there is, I think, the audio version of the entire story of Hell House. I think that might still be up. And also clips of the movie that is also somewhere on one of my playlists. I think it's on Haunted Houses. You'll find it on there. But it's well worth a listen. And the reason why I chose it for my Advent calendar collection one year is because it finished on Christmas Day, does the book. The book's centred on the week before Christmas that everyone turns up to this house to try and rid it of its haunted ghosts and its devils that live in there. Oh, Tanya, you've got to go to the hospital. Yes, clairvoyance. Yeah. Jack the Ripper. Yes, I've seen a lot of documents on Jack the Ripper. I have to go to the hospital. Well, Tanya, good luck at the hospital, darling. Clairvoyance. Yes, I did just say that. It is. It's a really, really, really scary book, is The Legend of Hell House. Well, actually, the film with Roddy McDowall is called The Legend of Hell House. But the book is only called Hell House by Richard Matheson. It was written back in the 70s. Yeah, I'll tell you when it was made, when it was written. Barrett, Tanner and Fisher are hired by a dying millionaire, William Reinhardt, Dutch, to investigate the possibility of life after death for a week. To this end, they must enter the infamous Belasco House in Maine, regarded as the Mount Everest of haunted houses. And it was written in 1971, so it's a few years ago. And it is absolutely as creepy as haunted houses books go. It's amazing. And if you do yourself a favour, if you've not read it, give it a go. If you don't want to read it, I think the audio might still be up on one of my playlists, so give that a listen. And I think I put a few clips of the movie up as well, which I just think the film was absolutely amazing. The special effects were out of this world, considering we didn't have anything that was like green screen back then. It was all manual props, which makes it even scarier than it already is. It's definitely worth a visit. Sorry, what's that, my darlings? Oh, do you ever watch them? £10 waffles are worth it. Huh? Huh. Don't understand. It must be something that doesn't mean anything to me. Oh, thank you, Asma. You're so sweet. I never remember to say things like that, but you're very kind, sir. Yeah, everything is done on green screen these days, but I love the special effects that they did for Hell House. It's a unique horror movie. And where they make the chairs slide round the room and the chandelier shake, and I know it's basic stuff, right, but when it's done well, it can be so so atmospheric. It can be the spookiest thing. Oh, hang on. Sleeve is inside out and the shirt was almost back to front. Hey, I'll be glad when I'm through this lot, I can tell you. Oh, even Betty's throwing a wobble up and run out of water. And it's just simple stuff when it comes to doing special effects, like the stomping of the feet, which is supposed to represent the ghosts walking round. You know, and the rattling of the window panes and things like that. It's just basic stuff, but when it's done well, and it's so atmospheric. I mean, like a fog machine, rolling the fog in. You know, who doesn't like fog in a horror movie? It just adds an extra layer of ambience. Sorry. Yeah, you might have heard of it. It starred Roddy McDowall. It was done in the 70s. Exactly as that. When you see the fog roll in a horror movie, you know you're in for a fantastic horror movie. Absolutely, without question. Hang on, that's a bit better, isn't it? Sometimes it just depends where my board keeps moving backwards. There we are. I can see you a bit better now. There, my darlings. Are you whinging at me? Well, I can't finish what I'm doing just yet, and you've been fed. And I've got somebody out here that's negotiating like that for me to go upstairs and feed him. But he's had his breakfast, and it's not lunchtime yet. Yeah, again, another really good film, funnily enough, is called The Fog. Yeah, by John Carpenter. San Antonio Bay celebrates its birthday. And suddenly, very strange things start happening in San Antonio Bay. And Blake comes back, who's a pirate who was wrongfully killed all those years ago, and he wants his revenge, and he's after his gold. Yarr. I mean, what a perfect setup for a horror movie. Ghost pirates appearing in the fog, and they want their gold, and they want to exact revenge on the descendants who stole the gold from them all those years ago. I mean, perfect, man. It is just. And oh, yeah, all the music that was in the film to The Fog was also done by John Carpenter. The guy is a powerhouse for being able to think up the story, well, his then wife, I don't know if they'd got divorced at that point, and he was getting married to Adrienne Barbeau, who was the DJ in the movie. Anyway, at one point, John Carpenter was married to the late, great Deborah Hill. And Deborah Hill and John worked together on quite a lot of movies. They did Assault on Precinct 13 together. Oh dear. Tissue paper. Ew. And they did Escape from New York. And I think they may have done Escape from LA together. I know they definitely worked together on Halloween, which is the one with Michael Myers. Whether or not Deborah Hill worked on The Thing, I don't know, or Big Trouble in Little China, and Out of the Mouth of Madness, and The Prince of Darkness. And she also may have worked on They Live, which is I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Is that what you're telling him, Auntie? You're not hungry. You can't be hungry. Right? It's not lunchtime. It's too early. But let me finish this shirt and then I'll go upstairs. He's not going to leave me alone until I give him what he wants. You know, I am supposed to be working. Hey, Monkey Chops. Oh, come. Dear me. There we are. Right. Since you're in such a bad mood, you stinky poo, I'm going to go and take you upstairs and give you some food. Is that what you'd like? Oh my goodness me, everyone, he's fainted. Oh, he's so dramatic. Right. Come on. Just show you. All right. Mr. Grumpy. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Right, you can go upstairs. I'm going to go put this back in here. Stephen King. No, it was, oh gosh, John Carpenter. He did I'll be back in 5 minutes. Come on. Come on. Yes. Come on. Oh, what's it? You little monkey. There we are. Monty is a happy little boy because Monty has been fed. No, Asmat's a boy. Oh, hang on. Turn iron off. Gosh, I've got a busy day. This is a very pretty top. I think it's part of a pyjama set, so I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's very beautiful. Anyway, what's not to like about John Carpenter's The Fog? Imagine that 100 years old, your town, and out from the fog appears Blake and the rest of the pirates that were all wronged, and they've come back to get their gold. And they managed to slay whoever happens to walk their way. Yeah, very good horror. I think the sleeve is the right way around now. I'll wait until someone else pops up on the screen. Hello, Ryan, love. And we'll start talking about another film. I think we might do The Prince of Darkness. That's a good one. John Carpenter, Prince of Darkness. Prince of Darkness is a 1987 American supernatural horror film written and directed by John Carpenter. It is the second film in his Apocalypse trilogy after The Thing, 1982, and before In the Mouth of Madness of 1994. The film combines demonic terror with quantum physics and is an ode to the work of British sci-fi writer Nigel Neal. It is a slow-paced, atmospheric, creepy, and mind-screwy little film that doesn't get mentioned very often, but is nonetheless an important piece in Carpenter's filmography. And it is. Imagine, if you will, that the devil is in a giant cylindrical prison in the form of the green liquid. And that the priests and the Vatican and all the church members all know exactly where he is. And over the course of a weekend, some quantum physics students studying the effects of a total eclipse suddenly find out that hell is very close and very much after them. And it's watching the creepy demise of all the students. Donald Pleasence, and a great British actor and also a bit of a mainstay in most of John Carpenter's films, happens to be in it. He played Dr. Loomis in Halloween. He starred alongside Kurt Russell in Escape from New York, excuse me, as the President of the United States of America. And in this installment, he plays the part of the priest who knows all about where the devil is. So Donald Pleasence has been in an awful lot of the movies. Anyway, if you like your quantum physics and you like to know, is there a God? Is there a devil? Prince of Darkness may be the film for you. It's an excellent piece of American supernatural psychology. Oh. Manish, hello from India. If you're into John Carpenter films, we're talking about The Prince of Darkness, which is a quantum physics horror regarding finding the devil. It's an excellent film. How long have we been on? 2.5 hours. Ooh. Well, I think we've got a few more items that are in the bottom of this bag. What's that, my dear? Quantum physics, right. Well, this film manages to harness the faith of the universe between God and the devil and quantum physics, and it's an excellent horror movie. 1987, Prince of Darkness by John Carpenter. Excellent choice of film. And it's how the devil works by destroying the quantum physics students, by attacking them from the cylindrical prison that he's in, and squirting green go into them. Go with me on this one. It is really quite the horror movie. And it seems that the devil is able to connect with one of the students on a level that precedes quantum physics, and uses a mirror to try and get through to the other side and out of his prison. And he will do, and this devil he's on a mission, right? He got the memo. He's on a mission to come through into our world, and the best way that he can do that is wait for the total eclipse to happen, and when the veil between our world and the other world is at its thinnest, so that he can try and come through via a mirror. And the priest knows all about this, and the priest tries to stop it from happening. Ooh, it gets a bit tasty with the scares. Again, it's an intelligent horror movie, and sometimes that's what my brain calls out for. It wants an intelligent horror movie. It's time for snacks. Sorry, I dipped off. My MP finally called me back. Ah! I can have a go. What did your MP want? Was he returning your call? I'll have a go at speaking a bit slower for you, my love. Is that any better? Anyway, the film. We're going into a total eclipse, and an experiment is being undertaken in the building of an old church. And in the building of the old church is this cylindrical prison full of green liquid that is supposed to hold the very essence of the devil. I clean and iron, yes, I do. So, these students are here to study the green goo that's in this cylinder, and they are there at the request, I believe, of the church. Just remember. Here we go, the plot. Centuries ago, in the Middle East, the Brotherhood of Sleep, a secret order of the Catholic Church, discovered a large cylinder of swirling green liquid, kept secret from even the Vatican. All right, so the Vatican didn't know about this. The cylinder was eventually moved to Los Angeles, where it has since been guarded by the Brotherhood. In the present day, the order's last member dies before he can warn the cardinal that the sleeper awakens. A Catholic priest recovers a key from his possessions, which leads him to the cylinder's hiding place beneath St. Goddard Monastery. The priest invites quantum physicist Professor Howard Birack to analyze the cylinder. Birack invites his best students to assist. Wisecracking Walter Fong, Demure Kelly, the highly strung Susan Cabot, laid-back Mullins, and lovers Brian Marsh and Catherine Danforth, and fellow scientist Calder, Lisa Etchinson, Lomax Wyndham, and Dr. Paul Leahy. The priest tells Birack that he can sense the growing influence of the liquid and needs him to scientifically evidence its true nature to the wider populace, as he fears it will soon escape. After the team arrives at the monastery, the local homeless population begins surrounding the building. The team analyzes the cylinder, discovering that it can only be opened from the inside and is at least 7 million years old. Brian realizes that the liquid is prebiotic, but is evolving with purpose instead of decaying. Translating the Brotherhood's ancient textbooks, Catherine identifies differential equations from before their known invention. Lisa translations, meanwhile, claim that the cylinder contains Satan, who was buried by his father, an ancient god who was banished to the dark side. Jesus Christ was an extraterrestrial humanoid who warned humanity about the cylinder, though he was killed by those who deemed him insane and too powerful. His disciples passed on this warning. Birack hypothesizes that Satan's father may be the anti-god, an even more powerful force of evil bound to the realm of antimatter. The liquid begins to exert its influence beyond its container, possessing Susan, who spreads the possession or to kill several other team members. Those who leave the building are brutally murdered by the increasingly enthralled homeless people. The survivors realize that since their arrival, they have experienced a shared dream of a dark figure emerging from the monastery. Brian surmises that the dreams are a warning sent from the future using tachyons. The possessed bring the cylinder to a sleeping Kelly, where the remaining liquid forces itself into her body, transforming her into the physical vessel of Satan, a gruesomely disfigured being with powers of telekinesis and regeneration. Satan attempts to summon the anti-god by reaching through a handheld mirror, but it is too small and the effort fails. The possessed attack the survivors while Satan locates a larger mirror and reaches through, grasping the anti-god's large clawed hand. The priest cuts off Satan's arm and head with an axe, but it instantly regenerates and again reaches for the anti-god. Seeing this, Catherine charges at Satan, and they both fall through the portal. The priest shatters the mirror, trapping Satan, the anti-god, and, to Brian's horror, Catherine in the other realm. The possessed immediately die as the liquid evaporates from their bodies, while the homeless people wander away. The survivors, Brian, Walter, Birak, and the priest, are rescued as emergency services arrive to investigate. Sometime later, Brian experiences the dream again, now seeing a seemingly possessed Catherine as the figure emerging from the church. He awakens and finds Catherine lying next to him, disfigured as Kelly was by Satan's possession. Startled awake, he realizes it was a nightmare. He approaches his bedroom mirror, reaching his hand out towards it, and that's when the film ends. So there you go, my darlings. It does sound like a good film, doesn't it? All right. Have I done it as quietly and as easily as possible? I read it from, yeah. So did you get it? Is what I'm saying. Did you understand? And if that's a film that you'd like to see, and I do recommend it because it is a John Carpenter, and it's one of his lesser known ones. For some reason it didn't do very well at the cinema, and I don't know why, because it's a really good film. But when I saw it as a little girl, I think I saw it way too soon, and I didn't appreciate it as I do right now as an adult. I love the way that the quantum physics crosses over into our realm, you know, and the little bit of the devil being involved. Yeah, it appeals to me. It's an intelligent horror. Gosh, it's warm today, everyone, I can say that. be glad when I've done all the ironing. Because it's very warm today. There, that's a bit better. There we go. Happy days. I think I might watch this tonight. I've been looking for something to watch for Thursday night, and I think I quite fancy watching The Prince of Darkness. Oh, come on you. Out you get. Spare hangers. Okay, some of the spare hangers don't want to go on the rack. Come on you. You can do it. Oh, you silly things. Come on. Don't always want to work, do they? We've got 1, 2, oh, goodness me, 3, 4. 4 more items in that bag. 5 if you count this one. Let's pop them there. Thank you very much for my thumbs up, everybody. I do appreciate them. That's very kind of you. I have to have a little snack. I'm feeling a bit tired. I've been busy today. I think I'll be ironing for a wee while yet. But I'm very grateful for you all calling by. And if you want to, and you'd like to, please consider joining the fairy family and giving us a thumbs up and generally checking out some of our long form videos. We've over 2,200 videos to choose from in both long and short form. So there'll be something there for everybody. And I do specialise in apocalyptic and end of the world fiction. Thank you, Manish. Thank you, my love. Take care and come back tomorrow. I'll be around somewhere. A little bit different. So yeah, I think I quite fancy watching Prince of Darkness tonight. Now I've been talking about it. The other one I really like, and it's very cleverly done and very, very creepy, is In the Mouth of Madness, where Sutter Kane, the famous writer, has gone missing, along with his manuscript. Nobody seems to know where Sutter Kane has gone. And they hire an investigator to go and find out where he's gone, and more importantly, get the manuscript, because it's meant to go into print soon, and it can't do, obviously, because it's gone missing. Sam Neill is so cool in that film, and Charlton Heston, I've got to say, is so cool in that film as the editor and the guy that owns a publishing company. And it was the last film he ever did, Charlton Heston, because the poor man was dying from Alzheimer's. And so he was really struggling to remember his lines. And an amazing actor right to the very end. And it was such a shame what happened to him. Fine man, fine actor. Very much the family man, was Charlton Heston. And it just seemed such a shame. Sad. Alzheimer's is a terrible disease. It's one of those, it's like a sneaky thief. It comes along and it robs you of the person that you love and leaves nothing but a shell of the person behind. And it's cruel. My goodness me, it's a cruel disease. Anyway, in this film, Sam Neill goes off looking for Sutter Kane, who bears a striking resemblance to Stephen King. Oh. And they do find him eventually. But is he real? Or is he the figment of an imagination? Or is he just a character within the book? And that's what this, it plays on this throughout the entire book. So you never know what's real and what isn't. Talk about interdimensional horror. And it ends with you wondering whether or not the apocalypse is real, or if we're all just characters within Sutter Kane's mind. Very, very strange. Excellent though, if you fancy watching something a little bit different, and you're always going to get something different with John Carpenter, because none of his books are ever this, well, none of his stories are ever the same. They're all very strange. And the Thing, the Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness are the three apocalyptic films that John Carpenter did. And none of them really interact with the other. But each and every one depicts a different way that we will meet our grisly end through an apocalyptic event. An alien taking over and mimicking all of us and destroying us in The Thing. The actual devil seeking purchase to appear in hell on earth, and finally finding out that the apocalypse has happened because if you didn't read the book and go mad, you watched the film and went mad instead. Or did you? Or did none of it happen? And was it all cleverly written into a book that makes you think you actually went through the apocalypse? very, very different. There's not many that I've seen that can do quite what John Carpenter did in regards to are we all dead? Have we all gone through the apocalypse? Have we all gone mad because we saw the film? Or are we all mad because we read the book? Or has none of it happened and we're all really artificial intelligence and are characters within a book that's not even real anyway? And when you're dealing with all of those scenarios, all interlocking on various degrees throughout the universe with its layer upon layer onion theory, I bet no wonder we all end up going mad, because we don't actually know if we're real or not. And it's a very interesting way to look at the apocalypse. Okay, I'm just going to go check the washing has done the drying. I'm back, but not for long. Let's take that. Right, I've had to put the dryer on again because it's not quite dry enough. Here we are. Thank you all very much for coming round. Sorry, I'm just concentrating. I don't want to burn my fingers off. If you've ever been burned by an iron, you'll know it is not pleasant. We're almost, my darlings, at the end of the first bag. And we've just got the second one to do, and there's not really, fortunately, as much in the second bag as there was in the first. We're all feeling a little tired today. Oh. Huh? Sorry, darlings. Sorry, darlings. I just got some customers that needed me to talk to them. So I just had to quickly pop on and just say hello. How are you? I'm alive. Sometimes people have little questions that they want to ask me, and I have to go and talk to them. Well, if you're suffering from insomnia, you won't be after watching me iron for a while. You'll be off to the land of Nod before you know it. Oh gosh, what a beautiful day. And it really is glorious outside. Very, very warm. Of which, in a bit, I'm going to trot upstairs and just make sure that Monty's all right, because it's a hot day and my little darling's outside playing, and I don't want him getting poorly. I don't want his little brain cells getting fried. We're going to get to the end of this bag and then we're going to nip upstairs and just make sure he's okay. So I've had to put the drying back on, and hopefully this next round will be enough. There's a lot of towels in there, and the towels can sometimes, they require a little bit more drying than other stuff. I just want to press that a little more. There. Pajamas. Oh, hello. Jennifer. Hello, Mum. How are you, dear? Are you interested in ironing, my darling? Or are you here for the apocalyptic things? We've just been talking about John Carpenter. I mean, who doesn't love to talk about John Carpenter? What an amazing guy he is. Love his work. Love the movies that he has given us over the years. And we were discussing The Prince of Darkness and also In the Mouth of Madness and The Thing, because they're all part of the Apocalypse trilogy. Even though each and every one of the films is a standalone masterpiece, what I love about them is its ability to look at us going into the apocalypse in very, very different circumstances. Beautiful pajamas. Hello, Ryan. I have no idea. You're going to have to tell me. Hey, come on, trousers, stay on. Difficult material to iron is silk. How's it going? Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. A very good joke. Oh, Jennifer, that was a very good joke, darling. I'm sorry I didn't get it at first. Gosh, this is a very pretty dress. A bit different. Sorry guys, I just seem a little distracted. I need to concentrate on this. I'm also very hungry. Right. You know, one of the cool facts about Prince of Darkness, a very famous musician happens to be in it, and it's your job to find out who that famous musician is and then report back to me to see if you found them. Alright? So Prince of Darkness, John Carpenter's film, there is a very famous musician, singer, artist in there, and see if you can find him. And if you can, come back and tell me that you found him. Ryan, are you still getting got at? Ryan, you've got to tell your mum and dad. Sweetheart, you've got to tell your mum and dad. Alright? It's no good. I don't like you being this upset and this anxious, darling. It's not right. Come on. Sometimes these hangers got a life of their own. They do their own thing. As annoying as that seems. Right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 in the first bag. Okay. Oh, gracious. 20. Right, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Look, there are 29 items in this bag. 29 in total. So we've got 10 more items left. And that, because we're already at 19, so 10 more and we'll be at 29. Job's a good one. And I'll be a very happy camper. Oh, we're just going to get the shirts done and then we'll move on to the pyjamas and then we'll follow up with t-shirts. No, it's alright. I don't want to see the deleted message, but thank you, Another Space Nut, for deleting it for me, my darling. So what shall we discuss next? Do you want to do more John Carpenter films? Do you want to do zombie films? Do you want to do haunted houses books? Would you like to talk about vampires? Oh. Witches, werewolves, animal attack. Give me a clue. What would you like? It's an open house this afternoon. There is no strict whatever subject we're going to talk about. Well, you do have a real friend here, Ryan. I'm sorry I can't see you. Only when we're online. But I'm here. And you normally chat with me and you let me know what's going on in your life. You're in and out, fairy. Yes, I know you are. And you're keeping an eye on Ryan. I think he's having a bad day, bless him. Hey, come on, Ryan, sweetheart. You've got friends on here, and this is a safe space. Do you know, tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow, the 20th of June, Jaws turns 50 years old. Can you believe that? 50 years old is Bruce. Bruce the shark. gosh, are we up to 12 thumbs ups? Thank you very much, everybody. That's very kind of you. I'm eating stolen pom bears, and they're quite a delicious snack. Itch your eyes, itch your nose, itch your face. Oh, the food! That's the best news I've heard in a while. The food delivery has arrived. Awesome. Come on, sleepyhead. This heat. Trying to iron in this heat. Ooh wee. It's either one extreme or the other in this office. It's either red hot or freezing cold. Well, when we finish the ironing, we're going to go and do some stuff upstairs together. And then with a bit of luck, my darlings, we're going to be doing out the utility room and gutting it because it needs it. After a week of doing other people's laundry, my utility room always looks a little bit sad. Oh, linen shirts, and this one's been a pain. Right, try that. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Got a blue shirt and then another white shirt. And then a linen style smock. if anyone's got any suggestions of what they want. Otherwise, I'll pick a subject and we'll run with it. No? Okay, well, I'll pick then. I think we should do werewolves. In particular, a cycle of the werewolf by Stephen King. What I love about the cycle of the werewolf is the way that it's written out in the book. As in, it's done, your chapters are done over a year. And we start in December with a railwayman who's been sent up to take care of the tracks during a very deep horrid winter in Tarker's Creek. The place is called Tarker's Creek, and very strange things are going on in Tarker's Creek. And it starts off with a poor railwayman hearing something that doesn't sound quite right. And he thinks it's the wind roaming round, and it isn't. I'm back in a minute, run out of water. Anyway, this poor railway worker thinks it's the wind, and then he hears the whinnying and whining of what he thinks is a dog, and feels incredibly sorry that the poor animal is out in the weather, and it's not much warmer inside the hut. And suddenly, there's a pounding on the door. This is not any kind of dog that we would know and recognise. And suddenly the railwayman feels very, very frightened indeed. And is trying to stop the door from being brayed open by this giant beast of a creature. To which he puts his chair that he was sat on underneath the handle of the door in the hope that this will be enough to stop the wicked creature from getting in and killing him. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the case. And the railwayman is the first victim of what is going to be known as the Year of the Beast. And the beast will come and visit the inhabitants of Tarker's Creek periodically throughout the year. And every time it comes into the town, it gets another victim. Now, there is also a film of this starring Gary Busey and Corey Haim. And Corey plays a little boy who is disabled, and he has a wheelchair which is affectionately known as the Silver Bullet, because it's a little engine-powered one that his uncle's made for him. And it's the uncle that eventually believes his niece and nephew in the book and in the film that something's not quite right with Tarker's Creek. And the thing that's running round and offing the residents of Tarker's Creek is indeed a werewolf. But who is the werewolf? Somewhere, I think it's around about July the 4th, all the festivities for the July the 4th fireworks display gets cancelled by the local mayor, because the local mayor is terrified that if people are out, there's going to be more deaths. So the little lad that's in the wheelchair decides that he's going to light a few fireworks of his own. And it just so happens that he happens to light a firework, a rocket, when he's about to be got by the werewolf. And in his panic of trying to get away, the firework goes off and hits the werewolf square in the eye. And of course the beast runs off into the night, and the little lad is now convinced that he's going to be the next victim of the werewolf, because the werewolf knows that he knows who he is in human form. And the little lad also is very worried, thinking that he's also going to, if the werewolf doesn't get him in the beast form, the werewolf will get him in the human form, so that he won't give away who he is. Because it is a male, and he's a male of great prominence in Tarker's Creek. Honestly, The Cycle of the Werewolf is such a good book. I love werewolves. And anyway, it's very much a game of cat and mouse, where the little lad in the wheelchair told his sister what's happening. She knows who the werewolf is now, and they convince their uncle that this person is the werewolf. And it's a cat and mouse all the way to the end at this point. I did Cycle of the Werewolf as a book review for 31 Days of Horror, and I gave a link at the time, and it may still be there on that review, to the radio play that was done of Cycle of the Werewolf, if you want to listen to it, because it's they're a good group, and the name escapes me at the moment, but it is on the playlist, and I do mention them there. So give them a little bit of love and go and give it a listen. It's done in 12 equal parts, and it's so much fun, and they put so much effort and energy into doing the radio play of it. And I highly recommend it. It is excellent fun. Oh boy, guys, we're doing really well. We've done the big shirts. I'm going to do pajamas next and tunics. We're on the home stretch, everybody. And I'm so happy. I am so happy. How long we've been on? Oh, nearly 4 hours. Goodness me. Well, we've done well, everyone, in this heat to keep going. Yes, you've all been amazing, keeping me company. I will say that, and I'm very grateful. I haven't seen much of you this week, Alan, but I'm hoping that you've had an excellent week, my darling. And the move and everyone's settling in to their new home, which I think is lovely. And long may you have realming happiness within your abode. So anyway, the werewolf. The ending is spectacular. It's a fitting end to the scariest evil villain in Tarkus Creek. Or is it Tarkus Hollow? I'll have to Google it later. I keep wanting to call it Tarkus Creek, but it could be Tarkus Hollow as well. If anyone else has read it and you're screaming at the screen and saying, "You're saying it wrong," correct me. I don't mind. Another one of my favourites that Stephen King did was called Salem's Lot, about a little town called Salem and two very interesting characters come to live there in the great big old house on the hill. Ooh. And don't the town folk start going a little strange? When it was turned into the mini-series on the television, starring the late great David Soul, back in the 70s, didn't they do TV miniseries really well? And Salem's Lot happens to be one of my favourites. Now there is a Salem Lots 2, and there's another short story regarding Salem's Lot called One for the Road, I believe. It's a short story. It's a little bit of a recap on what happened after Salem's Lot had finished. Well worth a visit. It's a classic. Stephen King is that. And if you ever happen to come across a copy of Salem's Lot and it's on a good price, or you find it in a charity store, pick it up. It's worth a fortune. If you want to make some money, Salem's Lot books in decent copy, in decent condition, in hardback, from the year that, first edition, you can get somewhere in the region of £100 to £300 just for that book. It's highly sought after. I'm just saying, if you want to make some money, you'll make some money on that. And if you've got a copy, hang on to it, my darlings, because it is worth a fortune. As is Cujo, the other St. Bernard dog. Such a good book is Cujo. I used to have a copy of Cujo from the 70s, and it was part of my collection that went missing when I moved into the house that I'm living in now. Yeah, that's about a St. Bernard dog who gets bitten on his nose while chasing a rabbit, and he falls into a place, into a hole in the ground that is actually part of a cave system. And in the cave system are a load of bats, and it's a bat that bites Cujo, and the bats carry the disease called rabies, and it doesn't affect bats. But unfortunately, it does affect Cujo. And this beautiful St. Bernard turns into a killer. And it's so sad. And it centres around a story of a woman who's having an affair behind her husband's back. And that's just part of the subplot. But anyway, this woman's car is playing up, so she takes it to the mechanic. And the mechanic, unbeknownst to her, but knownst to all of us, has just been offed by Cujo. And she doesn't know that, and because the car is playing up, it breaks down again. It drives them to the garage, but when she jumps in the car to try and escape the dog, the car has broken down and the car won't start. And she has to stay in the car with her little boy until basically somebody knows that she's missing. And as her husband is away on a business meeting, everyone else thinks that she must have gone on the trip with her husband and their little boy. So nobody thinks anything of it. And this woman and her little boy are trapped in this car with Cujo, the St. Bernard that's gone mad, and they are there for days. And it's a true battle of wits on survival. And will she and the little boy make it, or will Cujo finally get into the car and kill them all? And the poor woman tries to get away and into the house so she can make a phone call to someone, anyone. And she's bitten by Cujo. So the chances are that this poor woman now has got rabies. So whether or not she survives or not is immaterial. And what will happen to her baby boy? I mean, you know, it's got all the suspense, hasn't it? Eventually, a policeman comes by who happens to be a friend of the mechanic. who runs the garage where the lady took her car to get fixed. And he calls up to say, have you seen the lady and her little boy? Sees the car, gets out of the car, and is promptly offed by Cujo. Or at least is severely injured. And it's only when he doesn't return that another state patrol car comes out, realises that something is very, very wrong, and manages to take out Cujo. But by that point, everything has gone to absolute hell in a handbasket. And I can't remember if the little boy was still alive at the end. I think in the film, he might be alive. I can't remember if it was the same in the book. But Cujo's are really, really good and very, very scary. I mean, we went through a spate, didn't we, of animal attack films and animal attack books, and I'm so pleased to have grown up in a period of time where that was quite literally our literature. We had so many cool movies in the 80s. I don't regret living in it for a minute. Gosh, I'm going red, aren't I? It's the heat of the iron and the heat of the day. Oof. I'll be glad when I'm through. I'm telling you. I'll be going hip, hip, bloody hooray. There we are. Right, what's next on the ticket? Okay, another shirt. It might be a polo shirt, but it doesn't matter. 1, 2, and then we've got a pair of pajamas after this, and a couple of t-shirts. Hallelujah, everybody! Hallelujah! Let me just go check the dryer. Oh, put down. last load in the dryer. Happy, happy days. Isn't that lovely? Oh, happy days, happy days. Right, I'm going to give you a little bit of juice into my phone because I should imagine it's feeling quite sad at the moment. Yes, we're down to 61%. There we are. I'm sorry if I'm a bit wonky, but unfortunately it's how it's fallen in the cradle. All I know is that in a few minutes I'll be a very happy lady. I will have finished. I've also put the washer on to clean itself, as is my wont. We're doing well. We're getting everything done that's in the basket, and there's 29 items, and they're not small items. Be a joyous, happy day when I'm through this. Yes. Yes, it will. Pajamas. Come on, happy. Talking to myself. I call myself happy sometimes because I'm not. What we're going to do after I've finished is clean out the utility room, do the coffee machine, and do some backing up, because I can tell you the floor in here is a little bit acky. Horrid. after this, we've got 2 more items of clothing to go. And if you're not jumping for joy for me at this point, you will be when you see me do the last 2. Nearly there. Oh, I can hear the joy in your hearts of your happiness for me. And I'd like to thank you all immensely for coming along and joining in today. You've been an absolute joy as always. You truly have. Such lovely people. And you're always a joy to have. You really are. One more, wrapped around another one, wrap round another one. One more. This is the top to the checkered pajama bottoms, which I did right at the beginning when I was starting ironing. fabulous, everyone. One more item and we're done. We're almost there. I'd like to thank you all so very much. So lovely of you all to come along and say hello. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. You've all been so lovely. I shall bid you a fond farewell. See you later.